Hello, besties. Welcome. I was in desperate need of accountability buddies to read today because I keep getting distracted by anything and everything. So we're going to be productive and we're going to read a lot and it's going to be really great. So let me know in the chat what you're going to be reading. I have a couple options because I don't know what I'm in the mood for. Well, my priority is going to be to finish Heavenly Bodies. This is our Who Did This to You book club pick for, what month is it? September. And I only have this much left. So like very doable. We're going to finish her today on sprints. And then I want to switch to The Library of Shadows, which is a new release that just came out this month. It's like a YA paranormal mystery, and it has an academic setting. I feel like it's been so long since I've read a book with an academic setting. So I'm very happy about that. I'm really excited. Hi, Janelle. Oh my gosh, good. I'm so glad that you also needed motivation to read because it's weird because I'm really enjoying the books that I'm reading. It's just my attention span to sit down and read. I've been getting super distracted by Fae Farm lately. That game has taken over my life. And then I've also just been watching a lot of Twitch streamers. And that's so dangerous because Twitch streams are like 3 to 4 hours long. And so you're just like, it takes up so much time. And it's so hard for me to like stop watching it. So thanks for the accountability today, friends. Hello, just got home from the nature reserve, trying to edit a video I was supposed to send out already. Trying not to stress. You got this. We're going to be so productive on these sprints. It's actually going to be crazy. Oh my gosh, finish Akamath. First of all, is that your first time reading Akamath? And second of all, why are you struggling? Because it gets so good at the end. It gets so good. Oh my gosh. I have to scroll back up. Going to finish Hooked. I feel like so many people have read that. I don't know how I feel about these like Peter Pan romance retellings, so please tell me how you're finding Hooked. Reading Graceling by Kristen Kishore. I have seen that book everywhere. It's really intimidating to me for some reason, and I don't know why. Because it's kind of epic fantasy, or is it just normal fantasy? Hellbent. Oh my gosh, I loved Ninth House so much. Talk about a book with an incredible academic setting. I loved Ninth House so much. And then I put off reading Hellbent because I wanted to wait for the paperback cover to come out. Because they obviously only released it in hardback to start, and I got the first one in paperback. And now I'm at the point where I need to reread Ninth House before I read Hellbent, just to refresh everything that's going on in my brain. Hi, bestie. Thanks for joining. Can't decide between reading If We Were Villains or House of Hollow. House of Hollow is definitely a lot spookier. So if you want something spooky, go with that one. If We Were Villains, first of all, I feel like you're going to love If We Were Villains, bestie. It's so good. But that one's a much more like character-driven story with academic setting. It definitely gives dark academia vibes. So they're pretty like different vibes from each other. It just depends on what you're feeling. Hello, I'm reading a new historical called Every Duke Has His Day. It's very poodle eccentric. Can you tell me more? What does that mean? Exact same headspace minus the game. I just can't sit down to read. Yeah. Serena, hi. I'm going to flip between The Kingmaker by Kennedy Ryan and Malice House by Megan Shepherd. Love that for you. First time, I'm a little over halfway. I feel like it's dragging for some reason. I don't love Reese. But I'm not there yet, so that's what's making it hard. Oh my gosh, girl. It gets so much better. It gets so much better. Oh my gosh. They're little notes, not like notes to each other, but when she's like learning how to read and write, that absolutely killed me in that book. Hello, reading Resting Witch Face. Okay, absolutely love that. Thank you for joining, Rachel. Might head back to Barnes because it's double points weekend. I fully support that. I'm not here to help you make financially smart and just decisions. I am here to encourage you to buy all of the books that your little heart desires. I watch a lot of co-working/study streams on Twitch. Absolutely. Absolutely. I have a timer for us as well. I find that like Pomodoro method, anything really helps me. Even this past week, even when I was working, I was time blocking my time with timers, like 45-minute work period, and then I would give myself like a 7 to 10-minute break. It helps me so, so much. But I think my issue like this past weekend for reading has just been actually getting myself to sit down and read with my book in my hand and not get distracted by a million other things. The paperbacks take so long. And the thing is, if I buy the first book in a series in paperback, I'm not going to buy the second one in hardcover. Like my brain absolutely says we can't do that. But what was it? Hellbent was on sale on Kindle this past weekend. It was like $6.99 or something. And I was like, should I buy this so that I can read it and I don't have to wait? I think the paperback comes out soon, if it's not out already. So I think I saw on Amazon it was like February of 2024 that it comes out, but that's still a long time and I really want to read it. Hi, Michelle. I'm reading Things We Hide from the Light. Love that. The only Peter Pan retelling I tried was The Never King, and I hated it. Hate that for you. Rereading Hooked. I was in a smut reading mood. I'm never not in the smut reading mood. Last night, I won't give any spoilers, but last night I got to the really spicy parts of Heavenly Bodies. This is like a celestial inspired fantasy romance. And I'm not going to lie, the plot hasn't been plotting for me, but the romance has been romancing. Like, plot in this book has been like a 2-star, but the romance has been like a 4, maybe close to a 5-star. Like I love the romance so much and I've been holding out. And we didn't get spice until we were this far into the book. It was such a slow burn, but in my opinion, it was worth it. And so I'm excited to see how the book ends. Sarah, House of Hollow, one of my faves. Yeah, it is really good. Perfect. I want spooky vibes and I don't want to use too many brain cells. Perfect. The struggle, the whole plot revolves around a pair of poodles that get into mischief. Stop it. That sounds like the cutest thing in the whole entire world. Thank you for explaining. My problem for me is I'm failing at allowing myself breaks to relax and read. There's always a million things to do. I feel like time blocking might help you as well, Hannah. Like that's how I feel. If I feel that I have too many things to do all at once, I get very, very overwhelmed and it's difficult for me to focus on one thing. So time blocking, like you'll be like, okay, I'm going to work for 45 minutes. And in that 45 minutes, I make myself a little to-do list of the things I want to get done. And then after the 45, you feel so productive, especially if you've like finished everything on that to-do list. And then you take your little break to do what you need to do. Obviously like 10 minutes isn't enough time to like actually sit down and really read, if that's what you're looking for. But you take like that little break and then you can come back to your next set of tasks and feel a lot more refreshed and like ready to do what you need to do. That has helped me feel a lot less overwhelmed this week, that like method. Ninth House is one of my fave books of all time. Absolutely. And you have to read Hellbent. But I will say, that's what I've heard. I've heard that some people say it was a little bit disappointing. And that scares me. But I totally agree. When I read Ninth House for the first time, I was entirely engrossed in the story. I thought it was impeccable. And I was not a fan of Leigh Bardugo beforehand. I think that Leigh Bardugo's adult fantasies are head and shoulders above her YA series. Like, I did not like any of her YA books. The adult books, yes, I'm absolutely here for. I'm not super certain of the difference between epic and normal fantasy, but so far it's been easy to understand. Okay, perfect. Love that. Epic fantasy just tends to have like a lot of world building in it. It's much more long-winded, meaning like the books are super long. And I thought that Graceling, I mean, I can look it up, but I thought that it was like a pretty chunky book. And then I think that I might be totally just off base, but I think that there's a lot of other books in the series too where it's just like a big cast of characters. It's obviously like a high fantasy. It's in its own world. And so I don't know why I just thought it was like really scary, but I'm happy that it's been easy to understand. Reverse time blocking. Yeah. Take time to just like relax for 45 minutes before you get back to all of your things that you need to do. Okay, we're going to get into our first sprint. I figured my brain can only handle like 30 minutes at a time, but we're here until we're not. Like I'm just in the mood to read and I have some like reading goals that I want to get to because we're finishing Heavenly Bodies. Like I mentioned, I want to get a good portion of the way through Libraries of Shadows. So we're going to be doing, I don't know, like 4 to 5 30-minute sprints. And then we'll take breaks in between, if that's okay. And then I have a very fall ambient room. So I hope you love this. It's like rain sounds, and then I think it has a little bit of a crackling fire. So happy reading, everybody. I'm going to get this started for our first sprint. Hello, hello. How did everyone do? The spice in Heavenly Bodies is some of my favorite. Like, it's so good. I wasn't thinking I was going to continue on with the series, and I was a little bit nervous for the ending of this book because I haven't loved the plot points, but so far so good. I'm really enjoying it. How did everyone else do? How was that sprint for y'all? Let me check to see if my comments are coming through. I was having so much fun during that sprint. Also, thank y'all so much for keeping me company with my reading because already I feel like this is helping me so much. 53 pages of Akamath. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. I would be really surprised. I feel like Sarah J. Maas does a really good job of making you like Reese. I don't think I've heard of anyone who really doesn't like Reese. So I'm happy that that's finally happening for you. Love this. I was thinking about getting a snack as well. I have some popcorn that I was thinking about making and possibly a coffee or a chai. Chai is like such a fall drink for me. Read 15 pages, then became distracted by Taylor Swift memes. Read about 20 pages. That's awesome. Got a good amount edited. That's amazing. I feel like editing is really fun, but it just takes a long time. It takes like an entire afternoon. 23 pages. Oh my gosh. Okay, T, I can't wait. Sarah, how are you liking House of Hollows? That book's just so you have something to look forward to. That book's ending like really shook me to my core. It was so much creepier than I was expecting it to be. I'm so excited for you to get further into it. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's like a slow reveal, but also that book is mad long. So I liked the pacing of it, but it really takes up like the whole page length of that book. Finished Heavenly Bodies. I've completed Fallen Stars. It was good, but the first book was the best by far. Oh my gosh. Okay, interesting. I feel like the second book is going to be more plot heavy, and where that hasn't been like my favorite part of this book. I'm curious to still read it though, just to see what happens because this ending is hitting harder than I thought that it was going to. Yeah. Chai is bomb. I like getting a dirty chai from Starbucks, but I've also been making like my own chai tea extract because Trader Joe's has a fantastic chai tea. It's like really spicy and flavorful and super, super good. So I just put like 5 tea bags um in 1.5 cups of water and I make my own and then I add it to like my coffees during the in the morning, well throughout the day, and it's really yummy. Completely forgot what this book was about, so I basically went in blind and I'm incredibly thrown off by this book in the best way. I love that for you. Sometimes going into a book blind is one of the best things to do because then you're just like along for the ride. And that book is a wild ride. Oh, hi, Nicola. Thanks for letting me know. Sometimes when people have like other names, like as their name, what it shows up as, I'm like, who is this person? But thank you for joining. um, okay, Vicky, can you tell me what this book is about? Because I have been seeing Assistant to the Villain literally everywhere lately. Is it a new release? Like, did it just come out in September? And what is it? I'm just all the confusion. But everyone's been raving about it, and I've started to see it pop up absolutely everywhere. 43 more pages of The Kingmaker. Let me try to finish this instead of switching to Malice House. Yeah, 90 pages up. Whenever you get to the last 100 pages of any book, it's like that's when all of the meat and the potatoes are happening and of the story, and it's so much fun, and I feel like you can read the last 100 pages super, super fast. So, I think where am I now? I think I should be able to finish Heavenly Bodies by our next, sprint. Maybe that's optimistic, but we're here for the optimism. The spice is so good, like, actually so incredible. So I make it in a mason jar, and then I just, like, put the top on the mason jar, and I keep it in the fridge. It lasts for about a week, and then I just add I don't know, I don't measure it when I add it to my coffees, but I just add, like, a little bit of it, and it's so delicious, and then I don't have to go to Starbucks because I honestly would every single day. Hi, Nicole. Welcome. We just did our first sprint. We're gonna get into our next one in probably just a minute. Reading Daughter of Smoke and Bone. Love that. You know, I was just thinking that's by Laini Taylor, right? I was just thinking last night about Strange the Dreamer because I loved the writing of that book and I didn't enjoy Strange the Dreamer the first time I read it. I liked Muse of Nightmares so much better and I was like, should I do a reread of Strange the Dreamer and like annotate some of the beautiful writing? Hopefully I have that correct that Laini Taylor wrote Daughter of Smoke and Bone. I think that's correct. New release, I think it started off as a TikTok series. Oh, and it's literally someone becoming a personal assistant to the villain. But, like, what kind of villain? Like, who is the villain? That's so interesting, and it's really funny. Okay, I need to look I need to look more into that. I'm glad that you're liking it, though. Books that can make you laugh out loud are unparalleled. Like, I feel like books have to be really funny for you to actually tee-hee and giggle out loud, so I'm so happy. Okay, perfect. I'm glad. Okay, we're gonna get into our next sprint. I think we're gonna do another 30 minutes because I can't wait to get back into Heavenly Bodies. Also, could you guys hear the ambient room? Because sometimes if I don't like toggle the what's it called? Share sound, it doesn't pop up for you guys. So just let me know if the sound is working correctly. I think it's meant to be the villain of a typical fantasy. Okay. I'll look into it. Awesome. Okay, we're gonna do another 30. Happy reading, everybody. Okay, perfect. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, awesome. Happy reading. Hello, hello, everyone. I'm so unwell. I just finished Heavenly Bodies, and that was not what I was expecting. I could actually cry. It was so sweet. I don't know. I'm kind of torn about whether I want to continue on with that series or not because I feel like that first book was like enough for me. I don't know. The next book is so long as well. I don't know, but it was so good. I love a star-crossed lovers trope. I loved that romance. I loved it so much. Oh my gosh. Enzo is everything to me. How did everyone else do? We're gonna take a little bit longer of a break this time. Make sure stand up, get some water, hydrate. We've been reading for an hour, which is so good. I hope that everyone is doing a good job with their books. Let me know how you did in the chat. Oh my gosh, emotionally, like, I just need a minute. Yay, so close to finishing Akamath. Oh my gosh, that's so exciting. Wait, what is it? Chapter 55 in that book. Oh my gosh, I love it so much. I felt the same. I didn't see a reason for the second book. Yeah, I think that book really could have been a standalone. I understand like where they're going to take the plot. It's very clearly defined for the second book, but like I don't know, that was just like enough for me. But the spice that Imani Aru writes, like I would read the second book just for the spice. Like read it very casually and slowly. I don't know. Yay! Got to page 91. Loving it. Love that for you. 30 more pages. Not sure if you want to continue with the story. Yeah, I don't know. I also don't know what I'm going to rate it because like again, romance was probably a 5-star for me, but the plot was so simple and like predictable. I've never felt so torn between like the plot of a story versus the romance. Like I absolutely loved them so much. I don't know. I'm thinking if I like average them together, it would be like a 3-star or a 3.5. But I just don't know if I can give that romance like a 3.5. I just don't know. Really loving the vibes. I'm so intrigued. That book, I don't think you could ever guess like the plot twists in that book. It is just such a crazy, wild ride. I listened to the audiobook for that one too, and I really liked it. I think I'm gonna listen to Paris Hilton's memoir for a bit. Interesting. Oh gosh, what is his name? I was trying to figure out my TBR for the Upside Down Readathon, and I was really undecided. There's a prompt where you're supposed to read a nostalgic book, and I don't know what it is. Like that's the hardest prompt for me to figure out what I want to read. So I was thinking about reading Tom Felton's or like listening to because I have the audiobook for it. Tom Felton's memoir called Beyond the Wand because for me like the Harry Potter movies are always going to be excuse me, peak nostalgia. And so I was like I feel like Tom talking about like his childhood and growing up on set and like filming these movies and the impact that it had on his life, even though it's probably not like a traditional book for like a nostalgia book, I just thought it would be like a really cute option. So I was thinking about listening to, yeah, it's called Beyond the Wand by Tom Felton. And I just love him. I think that he is an angel. But I'm not usually a nonfiction person, so I was surprised that I was like drawn to it. Oh my gosh. Okay, Janelle, you are at like such a good part. Okay, I'm really excited for this next sprint for you because it's going to be amazing. And I need reactions afterwards. 75% in your book. Oh my gosh, I love that for you. Oh my gosh, Fourth Wing next week. I'm so scared to start the hype. It's so hyped. Oh my gosh, Nicola. If I know you, which I think I do, and your reading taste, you are going to absolutely devour Fourth Wing. And the best part of that is that the next book comes out in November. I'm so excited for you. Oh, that's so good. I haven't known anyone that's read it yet, so but let me know if you guys have recommendations for books that have, like, a nostalgic feel to them, because I really wanna do the Upside Down Readathon. It starts on Sunday or Monday of this week. I think it's the 18th, September 18th, so Monday. But that's my one prompt. I mean, I am gonna read Tom Felton's book, but like I it kills me because I just finished reading, I think last month, My Best Friend's Exorcism by Grady Hendrix, and that one has super nostalgic like 80s vibes to it. And I was like, oh, that would have been perfect for this prompt. And then also the Saturday Night Ghost Club has really nostalgic like 80s vibes too. And so I was like, that would have also been a really good one. And now I can't think of any other books that have a nostalgic feel to them. So any recommendations that um that y'all have, please let me know. You gave it a 3.5. I felt similarly about Dreams Lie Beneath by Rebecca Ross. I really liked it. Ooh. Dreams. I need to read more from Rebecca Ross because after I read Divine Rivals, I was like, oh my gosh, give me everything that she has ever written. This is so good. I can't wait for the second book to come out for Divine Rivals. I'm just looking up Dreams Lie Beneath. I also know that she has like River Enchanted and stuff like that. Ooh, this one looks good. Okay. Oh, I have that book already marked as want to read on Goodreads, Serena. Yeah, I love her writing style. Absolutely. Absolutely, please do. I'm so excited. So intrigued after a video. Yes. Yes, 100%. The romance is so hard in Heavenly Bodies, but don't get mad at me when you're like, what the heck is this plot? Like, why? Because I went through such hot and cold periods with Heavenly Bodies because book chapters that were more like plot heavy, I was like, I really don't know how I feel about this. And then I would get to the romance bits of it and I was like, stunning. Absolutely stunning. Oh, nice. And it's really fun to read them. Yeah, I've read very few, but I've read a couple like celebrity memoirs, but Tom Felton is such an angel little baby boy, and I can't wait to read his book. Yes, absolutely. It's Fourth Wing was so good. It's definitely in my top books that I've read this year. I just can't say enough good things about it. The Upside Down Readathon is hosted by a couple different people. I know Liv from Liv's Library, and her friend Kendall, who I can't think of what her like account name is right now, but hold please. I will give the details. It's a week-long readathon, and it's a Stranger Things themed readathon. It's so cute. They do have announcement videos if you look it up on YouTube. And I can't think of anyone else besides Liv Library and Kendall who's doing it. There's 4 hosts. I'm sorry, I'm being a bad booktuber and I can't plug everyone who's hosting it, but it's super, super fun and their prompts are really pretty easy. Like each host has a book and then there's like a waffle prompt where you have to read a book with food on the cover. Another prompt is to read a book that takes place either in the fall or during Halloween, and then read a book that has nostalgic vibes, and then read a haunted house book. And so I really want to read September House. It's probably going to be on my TBR for next week. Oh yeah, Ready Player One is a really good one. Yes, I was about to say Ready Player One too. Oh my gosh, amazing. I love Enzo. He's just absolutely perfect. In Nightfall by Suzanne Young. Okay. Okay. I'm looking that one up. Oh my gosh, this cover is so stunning. The Lost Boys meets Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I also need to read The Lost Boys. Or wait, no, oh my gosh, wait, I need to show you guys this cover. This is so stunning. How? I can't. I want to read. A third of the way through Prison Healer. It was a bit of a slow start, but it's starting to pick up. I've heard really good things about the Prison Healer, and I need to read it. Love the cover. It's so gorgeous. Thank you for those recommendations, by the way. Yeah, I'm excited for the Upside Down Readathon. I think it'll be super, super fun. Okay. Are we feeling ready for our next sprint? I'm like nervous because now I have to start a new book. I don't know why. I feel like starting a new book is, I mean, it can be exciting, but for right now it's like scary because like with Heavenly Bodies, I was like, okay, I'm ready to just like jump back in. And now with this next book, I have to like learn all the characters and be introduced to everything. And I'm feeling, I'm feeling nervy. I feel like years of being a fic reader has prepped me for no plot, too much plot, anything goes. Yeah, that's so fair. Okay, let's do some words of encouragement in the chat. This next sprint, it's gonna be great. We're gonna have so much fun, and I'm ready to start this new book, and I'm not gonna be scared. Okay, we will do another 30 minutes. Not me just procrastinating. I'm gonna drink my water. I might get a snack. Hold me accountable. If I come back from this next sprint and say I haven't read anything, be mad at me. Okay. I'm just kidding. I'm going to read. I'm definitely going to read. Okay. Thank you. Go team. Go team, go. Oh my gosh. Okay, stunning. Okay. Happy reading, everyone. Let's go. Sprint number 3. How'd everyone do? I got a snack. That was stunning. And then I just read up to chapter 3 of Library of Shadows, and it's very Vermont prep school vibey. It's giving kind of like, if you've read Truly Devious, it's giving Truly Devious vibes. Hi, Princess Luna Nightshade. Thank you so much for joining. Are you going to be reading? And if so, what are you going to be reading? Or if you're using these for productivity sprints, what will you be being productive doing? I'm debating whether or not I want to start annotating this book because some of the descriptions have been really quite beautiful. Let me read this little descriptive section. It says, campus was composed of sun-baked brick strewn with creepy juniper and honeysuckle blooms. Students carried stacks of books against their chest, clasped steaming cups of coffee, and whispered to each other on garden benches. A cloud had crawled over the sun, blotting out the afternoon warmth, replacing it with an evergreen breeze. Estee could spend an eternity drifting between the trunks of the black birches and hemlocks. It's so cute and vibey. I love like YA academia vibes. I think they're so cute. Hello, thanks for joining. Off to bed. Thank you so much for joining, Nicola. Wait, did you DM me more? I just loved your emoji reaction. I will check. I'm so happy that you're liking it. Oh my gosh, that makes me so happy. Oh my gosh, yes, tampon. Oh my gosh, all the things. I read 30 pages. The poodles are continuing to be my only plot in my book. That is so funny. I love that for you. I'm reading The Trials of Apollo, The Hidden Oracle by Rick Riordan. I have so many friends that are reading the Percy Jackson series, and they love it so much. I love sorry, I keep saying so much. My brain did not want to be taken out of that book, apparently. I really love Greek retellings, and everyone has told me to read Percy Jackson, and just like Rick Riordan and all of his books, because I've heard that he's a good author, but I feel like they might be a little bit too young for me, and so I won't enjoy them, but I've just heard that they're really good, and it's a really good story, and it makes Greek mythology a little bit more approachable, but I love Greek mythology and Greek retellings. Oh my gosh, perfect. I know. The time difference, I mean, I'm in California, so I know that being available for sprints for UK time zones is really difficult because we're like, what are we, like 12 or 13 hours apart? So like the start of my day is going to be like the end of your day and things like that. But I'm glad that this time worked out. Oh my gosh, lovely. What did you have for lunch, my dear? I had a snack. I just had like chips, and now I think I'm gonna make a chai latte now that we've been talking about them for the next sprint. Reading My Sister the Serial Killer and thinking of DNFing. Life's too short to continue reading books that you're not enjoying, but I'm kind of a bad influence. I've been very quick to DNF books, like typically, but my toxic trait is I get to 50% in a book and then I'm like, yeah, no, I'm going to DNF it. Because I keep holding out hope that it's going to get better. And then I literally get halfway through it or more sometimes. And then I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not going to finish this. But I've been trying to break that bad habit recently. And it's worked out for me a couple times. Like I was going to DNF the last Witcher book that I read, which was Baptism of Fire. I was like halfway through it. And then I ended up sticking with it. And I really, really enjoyed it. So sometimes it's worth sticking through it. But if you're really not liking it, I'd say DNF. Reading and listening to The Maidens. Percy Jackson is amazing. You are one of the many who's trying to pressure me into reading the Percy Jackson series. Maybe one day I'll give it a try, like just one book. But how are you liking The Maidens? I read that one. I loved the setting of that book. I I'm not going to say anything else. Oh, lovely. Okay. Then no, we're not 12 hours apart. We're like 9. Only have 27 pages left to read of this book. It's getting closer and closer to reaching my Goodreads goal. Oh my gosh, yay, Serena! How is everyone else doing with their Goodreads goal? I hit my goal. I usually set my Goodreads goal to 80 books because I feel like that's a very solid number for me, and then I always end up increasing it. So I increased it to 100, and I just finished my 110th book. Order Domino's. Absolutely, absolutely delicious. Love that for you. Didn't get any reading done this front. That's totally fine. My parents called. I suddenly become very popular. Yes, literally when you're trying to do anything that you need to focus for, everyone wants to talk to you about literally everything under the sun. And you're like, ma'am, sir, why couldn't this have waited until I was trying not to be productive? But that's okay. We're going to do at least 1, maybe 2 more sprints. Yeah, I mean, there's books that I want to return to. Serena, I've actually been thinking about returning to A Promise of Fire because remember you recommended that book to me and I DNF'd it. It was one of the books that I DNF'd when I was halfway through, but I have a feeling it was like right book, wrong time. And I really have been wanting to return to it. So I might do that because I know you love that book. Hi, Crystal. Just joining, deciding what to read. It's between The Writing Retreat and Heavenly Bodies. I know they are very different vibes. Well, I just finished reading Heavenly Bodies on the stream, and sorry, sometimes I read ahead in the comments. If you want a slow burn romance, the romance is really good in that book. The plot was kind of mid in my opinion, but the romance is so worth it, and the spice, once you finally get to the spice, absolute perfection. I don't know about, actually I have seen The Reading Retreat on like Bookstagram and stuff, but I don't know what it's about. So my vote would be for Heavenly Bodies. Maybe. Yay! We hit our Goodreads goal. Percy Jackson is so good and so easy to read. It keeps you locked in with all the adventure and reveals. I may restart my read of the series before the show comes out. Maybe I'll just watch the show. This year, I made my Goodreads goal $50 because I didn't want to stress myself out over it, and I've already made that goal, so now I can just vibe through the rest of the year. Exactly. Usually, like, that's what 80 is for me. Like, 80 books is kind of like my comfort number, because I'm like, if I just read how I normally do, I would be able to hit 80 books. I am a big fan of setting a goal that's not like a stretch goal, because if you're starting to like pressure yourself into reading and making it stressful, then like what's the point, you know? Yay! In June or July. Oh my gosh. Audiobooks are absolutely lovely. I love that for you. Only 44 pages in. Atmosphere is good. Oh my gosh, wonderful. But I've been sick a lot and been off work a lot. Well, I'm sorry that you've been sick and off work a lot, but I'm happy that you were able to hit your 75 books. Yeah, the setting and the atmosphere of The Maidens is a really lovely, creepy, dark academia, culty vibe. I liked the Writing Retreat, but it was very weird, but it was kind of a vibe. Interesting. Oh, nice. This teacher doesn't read it all in term. But I read 12 books in 12 days. That is wild. My brain could never. That is absolutely stunning. I've heard mixed reviews about both. Yeah, I mean, Heavenly Bodies, it definitely isn't like a rave review from me, but it was like a really fun time with the romance. The only thing is that it's quite long, but worth it in my opinion if you are enjoying the romance. Met my goal, but I set it to 100 because you knew that you could do it. Honestly, I'm here for that. Here's to setting goals that we know we can accomplish and not setting stressy, like super high goals, because it's not the vibe and that's never going to be the vibe. Okay, let's get into another sprint. I'm going to make a coffee. Oh, I'm gonna make a coffee this sprint and maybe I'm gonna make a chai. I'm gonna make a chai tea, maybe with a shot of espresso. And let's have an absolutely wonderful sprint. It's gonna be amazing. 30 minutes on the clock. Happy reading, everybody. Hello, hello. How'd we do? I read for like half of that sprint, if I'm honest. I made a dirty chai, which is lovely, and I'm glad that I did. And I'm 42 pages into Library of Shadows, and I'm really liking it so far. Yeah, I'm really liking it so far. It's very fall and vibey, which is nice. And it gets right into like ghosty action as well, which we love. Yay, I'm glad that you finished, Hannah. Me working through all the breaks as usual, but I get to take a break at this point. Love that for you. Hi, Mel. Just finished Verity, and I just forgot me not in the mail tonight. Nice. Are you team manuscript or team letter for Verity? I'm always in a smutty reading mood. Yeah, same. Read 27 pages. Love the, yeah, Laini Taylor's writing is just so gorgeous and beautiful. Almost 50 pages into the book and I'm obsessed. It's so creepy and weird. Yeah, I am really glad that you're reading that book because I feel like you're absolutely gonna love it. It gets very weird and creepy, and it's kind of like a book where you don't really know what's going on the whole time, but it's nice. Dismissed all of my original plans and decided to start Strange the Dreamer. Oh my gosh, I love that for you. Yeah, the writing style in Strange the Dreamer is really beautiful. I didn't love the first book, if I'm honest. It's a journey story. Like, it's a story that takes the characters from one place to another. But Muse of Nightmares rocked my entire world. I gave Muse of Nightmares 5 stars. I'm really curious that if I reread the duology, though, if I would rate it differently. I think I would. Oh my gosh. Also, the narrator of these books, if you get the audiobooks, is narrated by Steve West, and he is my absolute favorite audiobook author because his voice is so hot. Yeah, absolutely. You need to emotionally recover after Akamath, bestie. Oh my gosh. Finished my book, 3.5 stars. It ends on such a cliffhanger. You have to read the next one. I love Cliffies. 40 more pages. Reading an arc. Do you have any arcs that you're buzzing for? Okay. I heard that, oh, what's it called? The second book for One Dark Window, which is wild that I can't remember what it's called. I heard that they're still accepting arc requests on NetGalley. One of my friends just got approved for it and read it and was like, this is stunning and amazing. And it's made me even more excited for the book to come out. Two Twisted Crowns. So I'm like very torn about whether I want to request the arc for it, but I've already pre-ordered the book and I feel like it's really fun to pre-order the book and then have it come in and have it be like a whole moment when you start to read it. But that is the arc that I would absolutely love. But I do have an arc for The Scarlet Alchemist, which is written by Kylie Lee Baker. I'm planning on reading it this month because that book gets released in October, and I love Kylie Lee Baker. She writes such a dark, kind of like a, no, I won't call it grimdark, but she writes a very, now all I can think of is grimdark. She writes a very dark, creepy, like YA writing style, but her plots are so good, and she writes like villainous characters that are just super, super morally gray, and I love her so much. So I can't wait to read the Scarlet Alchemist arc that I have. Yeah, the audiobooks are so good. Steve West is my boo. I love him so much. Yay, 60 pages left. We're gonna do, I don't know, maybe 1 or 2 more sprints. I feel like I keep saying that. But you'll probably be able to finish your book if we do 2 more. I'm really liking Library of Shadows so far. I love that it just like jumped us right into the ghosty action, and we got immediately introduced to the creepy library, which I'm loving as well. Overall, it's very, very vibey. I'm a little bit distressed right now, though. I hate reading books with the dust jacket on, so I took the dust jacket off. but I didn't realize that my table is kind of gross and it's like getting stuff on the book, and that's making me upsetty spaghetti. So I'm not going to put it on the table anymore. But yes, I can't wait to keep reading this book. It's so fun. If anyone has recommendations that give like truly devious vibes, because I feel like that's what Library of Shadows is giving, let me know, because I'd love to read it. I also pre-ordered, I have what's it called? A Study in Drowning coming in next week, which is supposed to be like a gothic, I don't think that one's YA. I think that one's a gothic romance. And I literally can't wait. Do you guys have any pre-orders that you're like, or not pre-orders, but like, do you guys have any releases upcoming in September or October or November? I feel like there's so many good books coming out in the next couple months that it is like making me stressed because I can't wait to read all of them. I feel like I shouldn't set a TBR for October and just like let it take me where it wants to. But then also I have so many books, like spooky season books that I've been saving for October that I'm like, no, I need to have a TBR, but also I just want to read for the vibes, you know? You know? Okay. We're going to get into our next sprint in just a minute. I need to like take a breath, sip my drink. If y'all need to get up and stretch, grab your water, grab a coffee, definitely do so. Foul Heart Huntsman. I'm looking that one up right now. I haven't heard of this one. Oh, by Chloe Gong. You know, I tried to read These Violent Delights by Chloe Gong, and it wasn't my favorite. The writing style was incredible, but that's another stinking book that I DNF'd at like 50%, and I was like, I should have literally just kept reading it. But The Foul Lady of Fortune, I've heard really good things about that series. Oh my gosh, Iron Flame. I am going to take, I forget what day it gets released, but if it's a work day, I'm taking the day off of work so that I can binge read that book. It's gonna be so amazing. The way that Fourth Wing has swiftly taken over my entire life, and the fact that it's going to be like a 4 or 5 book series, absolutely yes, we love it. Same thing with A Curse for True Love. I literally can't wait for that book to come out. Okay, we're gonna get into our next sprint. We'll do another 30 minutes. The happiest of reading. Hi, besties. How was the sprint? I'm glad that y'all were excited I extended it a little bit because my dad called me back and I was talking to him and I didn't want to like cut him off when we were talking about there's like a a big storm that hit the Northeast, I guess, but like it hit mostly Canada, but they got a little bit of like rain and crazy stuff. My family lives in the Northeast. So we were talking about that. So I do apologize, but I'm glad that y'all were happy that you got to read a little bit more. Christy, did you end up finishing your book? Let me scroll up a little bit here. I didn't read the Violent Delights duology, just read Foul Lady Fortune. I don't know. I might go back and try to like read Violent Delights because again, the writing style is really good. But I've heard not great things about the duology. Mostly that the second book was like the same thing as the first book, which is a little bit odd. So maybe I'll just read Foul Lady Fortune if you're liking it. 7 Year Slip. This is a book that I've been seeing absolutely everywhere lately. I think Serena, I think you recommended that one to me as well. Absolutely devoured and loved that book. Ashley Poston has become an Insta buy since The Dead Romantics, and now I want to read her backlist. I've heard also amazing things about The Dead Romantics. And it's like on my radar. I just need to actually prioritize reading it. Lovely. 36 more pages. Oh my gosh, Sophie. Prayers to you, friend. How are you feeling? What are the thoughts? I was an absolute emotional wreck when I finished that book. And it was so funny, like vlogging that book reading experience because I had to read the end of it in my car to like seclude myself from any distractions in my house because as you can tell, when I read at home, I get very distracted. Oh my gosh, I was not okay at the end of that book. I finished Poodle Rep with 10 out of 10. I'm so happy for you. Honestly, so glad you extended it. I read 40 more pages. And I need to know what's happening. I'm gonna go crazy. This book is so good. I'm so happy you love House of Hollow. It's wild. It's so wild. I have Immortal Longings by Chloe Gong, and I'm really excited for it because I love these Violent Delights. But I DNF'd the second book in the duology. That's what I hear. Like the second book was just not it, but the first one was actually like really good. So it's very interesting. I want to love Chloe Gong. Like, you know, I don't know if any of y'all have those authors where you're like, I want to love this person's writing. And I'm going to continue to try to read their books. That's how I feel about Chloe Gong. Whoops. Yeah, her writing is fantastic. Yes, everyone's okay. I think they just had like crazy wind. Their power went out for 2 days, which was crazy. But they just like stayed in another one of my family members' houses and stuff. So yes, everyone is okay. The end! I have called it, but it was still shocking. I feel like there were certain parts of the story, like at the end, that you could see coming, but then there were other parts that I was just like, oh, you're joking. Oh my gosh. That just like brought me back to my experience of I kind of want to reread it before Iron Flame comes out. I really do. I have like a first edition with the sprayed edges, but I want to get a different edition so that I can annotate the absolute heck out of it because I don't want to ruin my like sprayed edges edition. The mic is so good. You basically have no idea what you're in for, especially, yeah, entirely agree. Entirely agree. Hi, Cami. Thanks for joining. That's me with Emily Henry. But I think I need to give up because I don't vibe with her. It's so sad. You're like, why does this happen where we have those authors where you're like, I want to love you and I'm going to try my hardest to love you. And then it just like doesn't work. I'm trying to think besides Chloe Gong, what other authors I have like that? Okay, I read Empire of the Vampire by Jay Kristoff and I loved it, like absolutely loved it. But I refuse to give up on the Nevernight series. I want to reread it. I'm waiting for the audiobook to come in. For whatever reason, on my Libby app, there's a massive wait for Nevernight, the audiobook, but then the other 2 books in the trilogy, zero wait for. Like they are just absolutely available. And I'm like, this is very frustrating. But I think I'm going to try to reread Nevernight. I tried to read it the first time and I only got like 50 pages in, but I've heard it's easier to do with the audiobooks because the thing that was throwing me off about Nevernight is that there's like a ton of footnotes at the bottom of the page. And so you're like reading the page, the normal text of the page, and there's a ton of numbers for footnotes. And so jumping down to like where the footnotes are, it was very jarring for my reading experience and I hated it. But I've heard that the audiobook is much smoother because it just like naturally reads what you're supposed to know in the footnotes. So it might be a game changer for that series, and I will follow up with how that goes for me. But Jay Kristoff's writing is really good. I loved it. I loved Empire of the Vampire. Hello! I think we're going to do one more sprint, which is very unhinged of me because I never usually sprint for 4 hours anymore. But here we are because you guys have been so incredibly amazing at holding me accountable for reading, even though last sprint I didn't read a dang thing, but we're going to get back to Library of Shadows. I'm 50 pages in, so I can probably read like another 30 on our next sprint and get to page 80, and that just sounds lovely. I want to love her, though. I want to. I also DNF'd these, Our Violent Delights, These Violent Delights, whatever it is. I also DNF'd it, but I'm like, do I return to it? I just don't know. I really just don't know. For those joining, what are you going to be reading? Brie, what are you reading? Cami, are you going to be reading or just here for the vibes to chit chat and hang out? Also, I feel like a lot of us have finished books on these sprints, which absolutely love that for us. We have someone who finished Fourth Wing, someone who finished Akamath, which literally the fact that y'all finished those 2 books on these live sprints, that makes my heart so happy because I freaking love those books absolutely so much. Buddy, read it. I just got Nevernight at my used bookstore. Oh my gosh, absolutely. We can do that. Let me know. I don't know when I want to start it, but I'm kind of down for whenever because I might just buy the audiobook at this point so I can start it. That would be so much fun. Why is everyone reading Red Rising right now? That is my question. Is it because more like, is that a completed series or like did a new book in the series just come out? And so it's like making a bunch of other people want to read it. Because I saw Rachel from Raven-Haired Reader is also reading Red Rising. Have you ever heard more R words in one sentence than that? I don't even know. But I saw that Rachel is reading that as well, and she's absolutely loving it. So please let me know. Oh my gosh, April, prayers to you, friend. That, what's it called? That tandem read scares the absolute daylights out of me. I don't know if I want to talk about this, but so I just finished Queen of Shadows and I don't know how I'm feeling. Well, I'm feeling very confused because I don't know if I want to continue reading Throne of Glass. I feel like I do, and I bought, what's it called? Empire of Storms, but that tandem read, even before I started reading the Throne of Glass series, when people would talk about doing that tandem read, I was like, nothing scares me more than reading 2 600-page books at the same time. Like, that sounds just absolute scary, big brain. I don't know if I like it. But people say that the experience of doing the tandem read is great and super fun. I don't know. That's very scary to me. Ate dinner. I think I'm going to read Malice House since I finished my other book. Oh my gosh, I love that for you. What was for dinner? I think I'm going to make fish tacos for dinner tonight in the air fryer so that they're nice and crispy and lovely and nice. Started Flawless today and I haven't been able to put it down. Love that. Reading The Last House on Needless Street. I really want to read that book. I think for October, that's going to be a really good one. I think last year, like last October, everyone and their mother was reading that book, Last House on Needless Street, and it made me add it to my want to read list. Rachel told me to read it, and I do whatever she says. Absolutely. Rachel is the reason why I wanted to read Heavenly Bodies, because she read it and gave it 5 stars, and I was like, and she told me that I would like it, and I was like, bestie, whatever you say. honestly, whatever you say. Oof, I don't blame you. Like, take it slow. The people who rush through doing like the tandem read, I'm like, my brain could never. You didn't do the tandem read. I think it's good if you don't like Kale. Yeah. I I don't really like much of anyone in that series, if I'm honest. I'm like not a big fan. I don't know what it was. Like, I was loving the series up until Queen of Shadows, and I was like, this is really just like a lot. Ready to read Vows and Ruin. Sophie, I am so jealous. I am so jealous. I just bought Blood and Steel, and I'm holding out to read it because I read Slaying the Shadow Prince and screamed and cried and threw up literally everywhere and professed my absolute undying love for Helen Scherber. I'm still not sure if that's how you say her last name. And I immediately ordered the physical copy of Blood and Steel. I'm staring at it because it's on my bookshelves. And I want to read it like immediately. But then I'm like, do I wait and make this one of the book selection options for my like Who Did This To You book club? Because I feel like everyone would scream, cry, throw up about that series. And the fact that Vows and Ruin is coming out. I think it like officially comes out next week. Oh, I can't wait. I'm so excited for you. Please let me know how it is. You loved Kale? Kale. Kale? Hello. I'm reading Wolf Song by TJ Klune. Lovely. Rachel bullied me to buy Heavenly Eyes. You didn't have to buy it. It's on Kindle Unlimited. Oh my gosh. I know. I'm sorry. I wasn't sure if I wanted to talk about it. I'm still not sure, but it's out there now. I probably will continue with the series because I give into peer pressure very easily, except for the Percy Jackson series. I will not give in for whatever reason. But I don't know. I feel like once I calm down a little bit from my dislike of Queen of Shadows, I'm probably going to continue on with the series because I really want to return to House of Sky and Breath and like finish reading that book in time for the third book in the Crescent City series to come out. But I'm just like not having a fun time with Throne of Glass right now, which is big sad. So we'll see. But Cami, Heavenly Bodies, the romance was so wait, have you read it and finished it? Or you just like bought it? Because the romance is so good and I finished it on these sprints earlier today. And I was unwell at the ending. Def read book 1 ASAP. It's the perfect setup for the series. Book 2 is even better. The plot is getting more tense and the romance is getting steamier. Oh my gosh. I just like needed a minute for that to sink in. The way that I was absolutely feral for Helen Scherer's writing and like the spice that she was giving and just like the way that she wrote the romance in Slaying the Shadow Prince, which takes place in the same world as Blood and Steel. Oh, I can't wait. I literally can't wait. And I feel like I wanted to save it for our book club pick. Obviously, like we're gonna vote, so it might not get our vote for like our October book because we decide together. But if it does win, I feel like being able to read it with a group of people and like scream about it is going to be so amazing. Oh my gosh. There's so many good quotes in that book. Like, oh, it's going to be so much fun to annotate. Yeah, I feel like this is a very controversial opinion. No judgments here. I do love Sarah J. Maas because ACOTAR is like one of my favorite series, but I am not the biggest fan of like Throne of Glass. Like love ACOTAR. I do love Crescent City as well. I love House of Earth and Blood. But going into Throne of Glass, this is my first read of the Throne of Glass series. And people were telling me going into it, I was always really scared to pick up Throne of Glass because people were like, the writing really isn't that good. Like it was her first series, so she's definitely gotten a lot better with her later series that she's put out. And for the first couple of books of Throne of Glass, I was like, bad writing where? Like I'm loving this. It's so fun. But I think in Queen of Shadows, that's when the story really transitions into something very different. And that's when I started to see some of like her amateur writing come out a bit more. Like, I just feel that Queen of Shadows was very overwritten in certain areas. And it wasn't like an enjoyable experience for me. So I'm very neutral. Like, I do really like Sarah J. Maas, but I can understand why some people are like, she's just not for me. So no judgments here, Crystal. Thank you for sharing that. I know that that took a lot of courage. You're very brave. Oh my gosh, spaghetti is so good. I need to get into the Crescent City series. I've tried many times and I don't want to give up, but this is another controversial opinion. I'm just sharing all of the thoughts on this live. House of Earth and Blood is like one of my favorite books in the entire world. I love House of Earth and Blood so much, and like who Bryce is, how the relationships develop. I thought it was so juicy. And I DNF'd House of Sky and Breath like 70% of the way through that book, and I am planning on returning to it. But yeah, it's I can understand why people like have issues with it. Like, I feel like the criticisms that I've seen of the Crescent City series, they're valid. Oh my gosh, Cami, I hope that you're okay. I've seen some of your stories. I wish you a speedy recovery. The fact that you want to read sci-fi, that is very big brained. I'm so sorry. I loved Air of Fire. Like, I think so far Air of Fire was like my favorite. I loved, like, I was on a high from like Assassin's Blade, reading through Air of Fire, and then Queen of Shadows just really was super, super different, like, from the rest of the series. Like, people say it starts to happen in Air of Fire, and it definitely does, but like Queen of Shadows was like super, super different, and I just don't know, and I'm very sorry. I will stop saying controversial opinions now. I know. I think all of us are like waiting with bated breath for book 3 of Crescent City. It's so good. But also, like, thank you for sharing different opinions, right? Like, we are all allowed to have our own opinions on book series, even popular ones. And so thank you for being brave and sharing your opinions. Yes, exactly. We support, as long as you're being nice and just sharing, like, these are my thoughts, and not being like insulting. I think let's share our thoughts and our opinions here. I love Crescent City, but to be honest, I read Sarah J. Maas back in like 2012, so I associate her with all the. Oh, that makes so much sense. I swear I'll finally catch up at some point. No, that makes sense. I feel like if I read Throne of Glass when I was younger, like when the books were actually like coming out and being actively released, I feel like I would have liked it a lot more. But now, reading them after reading some of her other series, which I think are a bit stronger, it's just a completely different experience. So yeah, anyways, now that we're through all this drama, not me just exposing all of the thoughts, and I do apologize. What do we think? Do we want to do one more sprint? Do we want to just chat for a little bit longer? I'm up for anything. I think if we do one more sprint, it's going to be the last sprint. So I'd love to hear some thoughts in the chat. Let me know. Because it would be nice to read another 30 pages of this, but also, ever since I bought and downloaded Fae Farm, it's been taking over my life, and I can only go so long without playing Fae Farm. Throne of Glass after reading The Perfection of Crescent City 1 and Akasef. It's like you took the words out of my mouth. This is why we're besties. Can I retweet this comment? One more. Okay, one more. Let's go. And then I'm gonna play Fae Farm as well. Okay, we'll do one more sprint. You guys are so funny. Okay, we're gonna do one more 30-minute sprint. Let me change the timer from 10 minutes. Whoops. Also, how are you guys liking this? Why is it doing that to my background? It makes my brain very happy. So happy reading, everybody. Hi, friends. How'd everyone do? That's our last sprint. I'm loving the vibes of Library of Shadows. We're getting Haunted Library to the max. There's like this spire that's in the library that has been locked for decades and decades, and our main character unlocks it. Oh my gosh, just like all these things. It's so good. I'm loving it so much. How was that last sprint for y'all? Oh my gosh, finished Graceling. I need to actually look up this book because we've been talking about it. And I think I have this on my want to read list, but what's your final rating for it, Bethany? What do you think? And how did everyone else do? How many total pages did we read on these sprints? I feel like this was a really good sprint session for a lot of us. Graceling. I finished one book and was able to start another, and I am 62 pages into Library of Shadows now. Yes, I do have Graceling on my want to read list. 471 pages. Yeah, and there's like a lot of books in that series. Got to page 106. Bless you for doing these sprints because without them, I would, 1, not have read anything at all today, LOL, and 2, I wouldn't have started the stunning book. I love that. I also would not have been nearly as productive as I have been, so thank you all so much for spending time with me. Read 20 more pages of Strange the Dreamer, liking it so far. 2 chapters left. Journaled and checked Goodreads for a bit. I love that. Still in the romance mood, so I started reading Love Theoretically by Allie Hazelwood. Oh my gosh, love that. Give it 4 stars. Okay. Loved Graceling. I actually need to do a reread. Yeah, I need to prioritize that series. I feel like I'm really gonna like it. So I'm gonna be trying something on these sprints. So if y'all are in the mood to continue reading with sprints, my friend Hannah is doing reading sprints on her channel right now. And so what I have set up to do, and hopefully it works because it's the first time I'm using this feature, is that when I end my live stream, y'all should have the option to just be directed right to her reading sprints. And she has a couple special guests on her channel as well. So we're going to try it and see how it works. But I just wanted to thank y'all so much for reading with me for like 4.5 hours. This is so much fun. I am planning on having more reading sprints on my channel coming in October. I'm trying to get on like a consistent sprint schedule, so I think that'll be really fun. But thank you so much for reading with me today, y'all. I really appreciate it, and I hope that you have the most wonderful rest of your day. Goodbye, friends.